Noses from Amazon, t-shirts and homeware from TK Maxx and HomeSense. Visit bbc.co.uk/Red Nose Day for more.
Pretty good at this.
Continuing her journey through Spain, Katja Adler explores a Europe on the edge tonight at 9.
Noses from...
I was about 14 years old. A boy in my class died over the weekend.
Ordered the elimination of senior officials in the...
Live from Doha, this is BBC News. Israel says it's killed Ali Larijani, the head of Iran's National Security Council and one of the most powerful figures in the Iranian regime.
Last night, the IDF took out commander of the Basij, Soleimani, and his deputy and secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, Ali Larijani.
Iran continues to hit back across the region. This is the moment the US embassy in Baghdad came under attack. Israel deploys more troops to southern Lebanon, continuing ground operations against the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. This is the scene live in Beirut. European leaders reject President Trump's demands for help securing the Strait of Hormuz, saying this is not Europe's war.
Live from London, I'm Christian Fraser. Also this hour, a treatment facility in Kabul has been flattened by an airstrike. The Taliban authorities blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000 doses of antibiotics were handed out in blame Pakistan. More than 1,000
Form your home. Let's do this. You are Sort Your Life.
Christopher, it looks like they're starting to...
Yeah, so they're getting ready for a long night's flight, so trying to warm their muscles before they can take off.
stopped, to be over. Nothing is stopped just like that, of course. But there is
ending conflicts is often harder than starting them, and Iran has vowed to keep fighting, whatever the cost. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Let's speak now to our correspondent Azadeh Bashiri, who's in Dubai for us this morning. Azadeh, we know the war is having a huge impact on things like oil and gas prices right around the world, and now a move from the US to try to contain that fallout.
Yes, Ben, I think it's fair to say no one would have really expected, amidst this war on Iran, for the US to lift sanctions on Iranian oil. But that's exactly what's happened as US leaders are trying to contain the impact of this war on global energy prices. And that's because overall they're at higher levels than before the war. In the UK, for example, gas prices have more than doubled since late February. Now, it's not a blanket suspension of those sanctions. It's a narrow, short-term authorization on about 140 million barrels of Iranian oil that are already at sea, stranded, and it will last until the 19th of April. But it's still an extraordinary reversal of policy, unclear whether it will pay off and unclear whether it will boost Iran's war chest. The United States is saying that Iran will have difficulty accessing that money, and it comes off the back of another decision that the United States made last week to suspend some sanctions on Russian oil. And it's all because of this stranglehold that Iran has on the Strait of Hormuz, where 20% of the world's oil supply passes through. And it's an example of how Iran, faced with the United States and Israel's military might, has retaliated on energy infrastructure. And this is exactly the scenario that leaders here in the Gulf, where I am, in the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, this is what they wanted to avoid, a threat to global energy security.
OK, Azadeh, for now, thank you, live there in Dubai. Well, next week, Sir Keir Starmer will hold an emergency meeting of senior ministers and the Governor of the Bank of England to tackle the economic impact of the war. Well, the cost of living is expected to rise, with the analyst Cornwall Insight now predicting that household energy bills could rise by £332 by July.
7 minutes past 6 is the time. Nearly 6,000 people have now received vaccine for meningitis B, following an outbreak in Kent where 2 people have died. The number of confirmed and suspected cases has risen to 29, and public health officials warn that small clusters of the infection could emerge in other parts of the UK. Our correspondent Nick Johnson can bring us more.
It's approaching a week since the outbreak of meningitis in Kent, which has claimed the lives of 2 young people, including 18-year-old Juliet Kenny. Nearly 6,000 have since been vaccinated and over 11,000 treated with antibiotics in order to tackle the outbreak. Young people queued at vaccine clinics in Faversham, Ashford and at the University of Kent in Canterbury, where students spent much of the day waiting to get immunised.
Roughly 5 hours. Keep going, yeah. I think it's important to get it done. I figured I'd rather be safe with the vaccine than not.
But it's been a long wait today.
Yeah, really long wait. It's been a bit exhausting, but I'd rather be here than be at home and worry.
We're just worried that by the time they tell us they've run out of vaccines, after we've been waiting for this long.
If that happens, what will you do?
I guess we're just going to go home. I don't think we'll come back again.
The outbreak, which has killed an 18-year-old sixth former and a 21-year-old university student, is thought to have originated at this Canterbury nightclub, Club Chemistry, from around the 5th of March. Health officials say it's unclear if the outbreak has peaked, and there may be more cases in the coming days.
This is a very unusual situation because the outbreak was unprecedented. We saw a larger than expected number of cases that occurred over a very short period of time. But as you will have seen, the public health response in terms of offering antibiotics to the wider population and the vaccines has really made a big difference to try and control the outbreak.
Vaccine clinics in Kent will stay open over the weekend. The UK Health Security Agency says the risk to the public is extremely low. Nick Johnson, BBC News.
There are mounting calls for the former Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, to give evidence about what she knows about Jeffrey Epstein. Politicians in the United States have repeatedly called for her ex-husband, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, to answer questions about his links to the late American financier and sex offender. Her representatives have declined to comment. Our North American correspondent Helen Humphrey has
One of the last times Sarah Ferguson was seen in public at the Duchess of Kent's funeral last year. Since then, she has largely disappeared from view. Now, as rumours swirl about the former Duchess of York's whereabouts, pressure is growing for her to give evidence about what she knows about Jeffrey Epstein. Here in Washington, US lawmakers have repeatedly called on her former husband, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor, to answer questions about his links to the convicted sex offender, without success. Now, some are urging Sarah Ferguson to do the same.
We want to hear Sarah Ferguson come. She can do so on her own terms. We're happy to come to the UK if that's what we need to do, but we just want her under oath.
Those calls follow the release of millions of Epstein-related files by the US Justice Department. Appearing in the documents does not imply wrongdoing, but they do shed light on the extent of her relationship with Epstein. In emails, Sarah Ferguson describes him as the brother I have always wished for, and appears to have remained that while he was in prison for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Lawyers say her testimony could help shed light on Epstein's network.
I think she has valuable information to provide. What did he say to her? What did she say to him? What did she know? What should she have known about why he was required to register as a sexual offender, essentially a sexual predator?
The family of prominent Epstein accuser Virginia Xiufui echoing those calls, with a representative for Miss Xiufui's brother, Sky Roberts, telling the BBC if Sarah Ferguson knows anything, she should testify in the United States immediately.
After decades of tip-offs and investigations, only Epstein himself and his longtime associate Ghislaine Maxwell have ever been held criminally responsible for sex trafficking and abuse. And while there's no way to legally compel Sarah Ferguson to give testimony here in the United States, lawmakers say that her evidence could help secure justice for survivors.
Sarah Ferguson's representatives have declined to comment. But the question now is not just what the former Duchess of York may know, but whether she might ever choose to answer. Helena Humphrey, BBC News, Washington.
Tributes have been paid to the broadcaster Dame Jenny Murray, who's died at the age of 75. Dame Jenny hosted Radio 4's Woman's Hour for more than 30 years until she stepped down in 2020. Our reporter Tim Muffet has been looking at her life. And we should warn you that Tim's report does contain some flashing images.
Good morning and welcome to Woman's Hour.
A broadcasting icon, an incisive, fearless interviewer, Dame Jenny Murray formed a strong bond with listeners and was never scared of asking the questions others might avoid. Here she was on Woman's Hour in 1993, interviewing former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, a woman in an overwhelmingly male cabinet.
Did you set out, I wonder, ever to make these men who were perhaps beginning to disagree with you afraid? Did you try to frighten them?
How absolutely absurd. I thrived on argument.
Make sure that you take off the top.
Dame Jenny's broadcasting career began in the 1970s. Here she was demonstrating a new concept in recycling to viewers of BBC South Today in 1979. She would go on to present Radio 4's Today programme
And inside South Africa, Soweto.
and BBC 2's Newsnight. But it was Woman's Hour for which Dame Jenny Murray will be best remembered. She began presenting the programme in 1987 and would do so for the next 33 years. Her encounters captivated listeners. She asked Hillary Clinton how she could forgive her husband Bill's infidelity.
What is it about Bill that has enabled you to forgive?
Forgiveness is a choice.
In 2006, she shared news of her breast cancer diagnosis with listeners.
I'll be having treatment in the coming weeks. The prognosis, by the way, is excellent, and I plan to be back as soon as I feel up to it.
She spoke so openly and warmly about her own experience and the impact that that had on her life, on her sense of identity, and talked about so many issues that come with having a breast cancer diagnosis. That again, that's really powerful, because when people in the public arena speak about that, it helps other people speak about their experience as well.
Jenny Murray.
The late Queen Elizabeth II paid a visit to the Woman's Hour studio. Dame Jenny received her damehood in 2011 for services to broadcasting.
With me now is the BBC's new head of values, Ian.
And in 2015, there was even a cameo appearance in the satirical BBC series W1A.
So it's goodbye from me. Thank you all for listening.
In 2020, after 33 years, Dame Jenny Murray left Woman's Hour. Signing off with Helen Reddy's feminist anthem, I Am Woman.
I am not crying. I am not crying.
I am woman, hear me roll, in numbers too big to ignore, and I know too much to know.
Dame Jenny Murray, who's died at the age of 75. A jury in the United States has found the world's richest man, Elon Musk, liable for defrauding shareholders when buying Twitter in 2022. Mr. Musk was accused of falsely claiming the site underreported how many bot accounts were active on the platform in an attempt to drive down the price. In court, Musk said he didn't mislead investors, saying people read too much into his public comments and tweets.
The total raise tonight for Comic Relief 2026 is a whopping...
It's always one of the biggest fundraising events of the year, and this year's Comic Relief was no different. Last night, 3-hour Red Nose Day programme featured a spoof of The Traitors, starring Anna Friel as Claudia Winkleman, and a bank heist sketch with stars including Dermot O'Leary. The Radio 1 DJ Greg James single-handedly raised £4 million after his gruelling cycling challenge.
I was shouted at in my ear. They said, turn off the road into the car park, and we were in a truck stop, and by a car, Prince William was just standing there. And that's the first time any of us knew about it, because it was top secret, and he was there, and he was holding a helmet, and then I said, have you got your own bike? And he went, no, I'm going to get on yours. And I've never held on more tightly. Can you imagine what would have happened to me if he'd have fallen off?
What an achievement. We
We're
spoke
good.
to him this week.
Yeah.
We're going to speak to him a bit later in the programme as well, about 9:10 this morning.
It is 18 minutes past 6. It's been a lovely week in terms of sunshine, hasn't it?
Yeah, lovely.
So who'd you bring into the studio to ruin it?
Hey, not fair.
What? No, I'm not going to ruin it.
Morning, Sam.
Hello.
Well, that's interesting, but it's not going to last for a long time, the sunshine, is it?
Well, yeah, there are some changes in the forecast, but I wanted to highlight yesterday, because at this time of the year, you know it, you go out in the morning and it's really cold.
Classic, yeah.
Put a big coat on.
Big coat, lots of layers, and then by the afternoon, it's like, oh my goodness, it's so hot.
Yeah.
And it's called diurnal range. So this is actually yesterday in Scotland. It started off at -3 degrees in the morning, but then the temperature rose to 20.2 degrees during the afternoon. So yeah, quite an extreme difference there, and it happens typically at this time of year because of spring, obviously, equal day and night.
There was an idea that it might be the hottest day so far in the year in some parts of Scotland.
Yeah, that was yesterday at Fife Castle, 20.2 degrees Celsius. So warmest day for Scotland so far, and the UK as a whole as well. Yes, good morning. Yeah, there are some changes in the forecast for the next few days. I'll bring you those very shortly. But this morning, well, it's a beautiful start to the day. We've got some sunshine already, well, lovely sunrise, I should say, already this morning in London, and of course many parts of the UK this morning as well. But watch out for some fog, because like the last few days, there are some fog patches, particularly around the Vale of York down towards the Midlands this morning. But those mist and fog patches, well, could be a little bit slow to clear. They will do it eventually, and and we're looking at a day of lots of sunshine. There are a couple of exceptions to that. The far northwest of Scotland, the far north of Northern Ireland. Here we will see a little bit more cloud through into this afternoon. Maybe 1 or 2 showers just affecting the Northern Isles. You see that cloud moving its way into the northwest of Northern Ireland. The mist and fog mostly clear its way away. We might see a bit of low cloud around the west coast of Wales, the Irish Sea coast into this afternoon. But for most of us, it's dry, it's sunny. Now, temperatures aren't as high as they've been recently, but still looking at about 11 to 15 degrees Celsius. A bit chillier along those North Sea coasts and the Irish Sea coast as well. Now, through this evening and tonight, we keep a lot of clear skies, but we still have that cloud towards the far northwest. 1 or 2 spots of rain here. This is a weather front which is going to gradually move its way south and eastward. It's actually going to be replaced by a more active weather front moving its way into the early hours of Sunday morning. But because of that cloud and that weather front there, temperatures staying up at about 6 or 7 degrees Celsius. Further south and east, though, it will be a chilly one again with those clear skies. Temperatures close to freezing. There'll be some mist and fog again early on in the southeast, but that'll clear away. Generally speaking, more cloud around on Sunday. It's going to move its way to the southeast, so eventually eroding away that sunshine there. Bit of patchy rain perhaps coming in to parts of Wales, northern England. Behind that area of cloud, there'll be some sunny spells developing. 1 or 2 showers coming into the far northwest as well. And temperatures tomorrow about 8 to 13 degrees. As we go into next week, though, as I said, some changes. A few more weather fronts still to come down from the northwest. They'll move southward, but behind it, crucially, the air changes. So we will see some chillier air slowly spreading its way south and eastward. So temperatures perhaps coming down at or below the average for the time of year into next week. So after the warmest weather of the spring so far, it will turn a bit chillier.
So was I wrong?
I still brought the sunshine, Nagger, didn't I?
And then that.
Forget that.
It's all your fault as well, isn't it? I mean, you're in charge of the weather. So.
Of course I am,
Yeah, it's just on your whim.
Requests.
Thanks,
Must do better.
Yeah, we'll see if you do so in half an hour. See you later.
Just approaching 22 minutes past 6. Let's have a look at the front of today's newspapers. The Times leading on Sir Keir Starmer allowing the US to carry out strikes from British bases in order to protect the Strait of Hormuz. It says that the Prime Minister will chair an emergency Cobra meeting to discuss the soaring cost of living caused by the war in Iran. Well, the Eye says the UK is facing new tax hikes over what it calls the worst energy shock in history. It suggests the Chancellor will have to rethink her economic plans as a result of the conflict in the Middle East.
And the Mirror leads on the inquest into the death of the former world boxing champion Ricky Hatton. The paper says family members wept as the coroner said she couldn't be satisfied that he intended to take his own life last September.
Well, maybe your newspaper is being delivered to your door this morning. Now, as part of our Rise and Shine series, we've been following a paper boy that brings a smile to everyone in the village of Little Weighton in East Yorkshire.
However, Colin Bradley isn't your typical paper boy. He doesn't head to school after working his rounds. He has been delivering papers for a decade, and at 79 years old, he's determined to continue with it for as long as he can walk. We joined Colin as he headed out on his morning round.
We'll get some papers and then we'll plod on. Two sons. Right. We're organised.
He's lovely. He is, honestly. Aren't you?
What?
You're a lovely fella.
So everybody tells me.
Well, you have to say that or he just hits you.
You're all right, Charlotte. That's a paper girl. Wait while she sneaks up there. Look, that. When I first started, I used to do 94 papers, and I don't now. Well, you can tell that there's 3 rounds in there. Tell me if I'm going too fast for you.
That's fine.
Yeah, I must admit, it's gives me something to get up for. And I've been doing it, I think it's 10 years this April. Because I was a lorry driver before that for 41 years. It's alright when it's icy because you don't have to walk down here, you slide down. I get to meet people because once we get a bit further around, there'll be maybe half a dozen dog walkers and I want to be down here. Freddie! What's up, Freddie?
Looking very smart this morning, is it?
That's how you know where Ian is, because the dog's always barking. Stop here, because I never opened the gate. Yeah, we've seen a hell of a lot of changes, and not for the good, some of them.
Ah, yeah.
But I don't say that when he's filming us.
No.
Always very friendly, always nice to see in the morning. Always a little chat, don't we? Weather usually.
Yeah, usually it is, isn't it? What's wrong with today? Oh, we're sitting there. Look at that, 50 mile an hour. Without a doubt, with the tear down here. There isn't anything I don't like about the job. If I get wet, I get wet. You know. I just don't like wearing waterproof because you sweat too much. I lost my wife July last year. I was married 35 years and I lived with her 2 years before we got married. Well, she just said, well, you realise how old you are to start doing a paper round. I'm going in here now. I've got to push it right through, otherwise it gets a draft. So they tell me, I don't know. You don't get a draft at my house, so you go a letterbox. Do you want a pygmy goat to go in your garden? He'll stand for hours just looking at you like that. He won't vote.
Do you think you'll ever stop doing the paper?
No. I'm going to stop when I can't walk or something like that, but I did say to Mark, I'm going to stop on 18. And he said, oh, please keep going as long as you can.
We want to hear from you as well for our next Rise and Shine story. If you know anyone or anything making a positive impact on your community, get in touch.
Did you have a paper round?
I went to a pub.
Oh, we did that. Not Okay, let's move on. I had a paper round.
You having one?
13, I had my paper round.
Well, I did my own paper called the Daily Owl, so I only delivered that to 8 people.
I did
you?
my own paper, yeah.
Snap, there we go.
I delivered it to my family, they didn't read it.
Well, they didn't know, my friends didn't read mine either. Yeah, the Daily Owl wasn't worth reading at all. Harry Maguire did a paper round before he took up football on the streets of Sheffield with his brother in his younger days.
Good work ethic.
Although he says it gave him a bad back because he had such a big bag of papers. So he was feeling a little sore. He might be feeling a bit sore this morning. A bit aggrieved, maybe unfairly treated, unfairly sent off, I don't know. We can judge for ourselves. The referee didn't think so. The day after he was recalled, well, a few hours after he was recalled for England as well. So a bit of a contrasting day for Harry Maguire. Friday night in Bournemouth. An England recall followed by a moment which cost his side a penalty and then was sent off as Manchester United drew at Bournemouth in the end. Actually, Maguire had helped his team take a 2-1 lead from a corner. And even if Bournemouth's James Hill got the final touch here, Maguire celebrated, knowing a win would really help cement his team's Champions League ambitions. But a few minutes later, Maguire was adjudged to a foul of Nielsen, and the referee immediately sent him off, no need for VAR, and the penalty was converted by Julia Krupi to make it 2-2. So United do stay in third, but will be kicking themselves, throwing away what was looking like a victory.
For so long, how to make changes, and I thought the boys coming off the bench and finishing the game did ever so well. Credit to them for that. We're delighted with the way they went about that and seeing off the last moments really, which could have been really difficult, but I thought we covered it really well.
Played well enough, but it's also true that they counter you in the transitions. They always look dangerous, and I think we were controlling the game very well. I think we played really well. But the game overall, entertaining game, quite level, probably because we finished against 10. We were the closest team to winning it. But it's always a challenging game against United. Yes.
Now in the Championship, Preston North End ended their recent slump thanks to a bit of, well, divine inspiration. Alfie Devine, who's on loan from Tottenham, scored his first senior double as Preston beat Stoke City 3-1 at Newdale to end their 7-game winless run. And it does mean Preston now jump above Stoke into the top half of the table. No medals so far for GB at the World Athletics Indoor Championships in Poland. Jeremiah Azu missed out on the podium by just 1/100 of a second in the event that he did win last year. Actually, he did improve his personal best in the semi-finals. It was 60 metres, but in the final, he had to settle for fourth as American Jordan Anthony took gold.
Yeah, it's tough, man. I was very vocal about defending that, and I fell short of it. It's track and field. You win some, you lose some. Yeah, still able to use this gift to try to inspire people. But yeah, it's tough to take right now.
Well, now Keely Hodgkinson is the favourite in the Williams 800 metres, and she goes in her semi-final later this morning after comfortably coming through her heat yesterday. So that's at around 11:20 on BBC Two if you want to watch that. Isabel Boffey also in that one for GB, and so is Ben Patterson in the men's. Thanks to a busy night in Rugby League and a happy trip to the south of France. That moves them up to second now in the Super League. While in West Yorkshire, Bradford Bulls beat Yorkshire rivals Huddersfield 26-14. It does leave the Giants bottom with 5 defeats from 5. And just one place above them are Lee Leopards. They lost at Wakefield 18-14. Ollie Pratt with a decisive try for the home side. That moves them up to 6th. Now in Rugby Union, the men's Six Nations is over, so Pren Rugby has returned for the first time actually since January. There are 8 rounds of the regular season to go. Katie Bolter is through to the 3rd round now in Miami after Denmark's Clara Tolson was forced to retire through injury. Bolter had let a 5-3 lead slip as Tolson took the opening set on a tiebreak. The Brit responded well to claim the second, and then when the opening game of the side of the 4th, Tolson decided she could not continue. That's it for now. We've got a little story coming up later about Luke Little, the World Darts Champion, patenting his face so that it can't be used in AI. Or maybe you can't go to a party with a Luke Little mask in the future.
But that's the joy, particularly at the Alexandra Palais and everything, of just...
I know, but I always go to parties. A knackered and shutty face, so maybe we should do the same for you. No, I wouldn't lie, it was great.
What kind of party was it?
Let's not ask.
Stop it.
It's 26 minutes to 7. We will both be back with the headlines at 7. Now it's time for Unspun World.
Hello and
Welcome to the latest Unspun World here at the BBC's headquarters in central London. In this edition, the Israelis and Americans continue to hit Iran. But what will the longer-term effects be on the US and for President Trump himself?
The longer this conflict goes on, the concern is that it could lead to waves of inflation, that it will push up prices. So right now we're already seeing it at the petrol pump.
By contrast, is the war against Iran making things easier for Russia and President Putin?
The Russian economy was feeling enormous pressure, the stress, and suddenly the oil prices have shot up, and that will ease things for the Russian government.
And might a row between Ukraine and Hungary help Viktor Orban's chances of being re-elected as Prime Minister?
Ukraine, in its turn, is accusing Mr. Orban of a sort of campaign of demonization of Ukraine in order to frighten the Hungarians into voting for him.
The targeted killings of topmost figures in Iran, including Ali Larijani, the security minister, who was a central figure in deciding the strategy in the war, are continuing. Israel's extraordinarily wide-ranging infiltration of everyday life in Iran paid off yet again when, according to reports, Larijani visited a flat he owned on the outskirts of the city, was spotted by Israeli intelligence and was promptly killed by an incoming missile. Yet the continuing decapitation of the regime doesn't seem to be bringing the conflict to an end. Shipping firms still hugely reluctant to order their tankers to negotiate the Strait of Hormuz between the Gulf states and Iran. And the price of petrol is shooting up accordingly, in particular in the United States, where it's always had a big political resonance.
Oh, hello, John. How are you?
I asked Michelle Fleury in New York how the crisis might affect the US economy and President Trump's future.
America in recent years has become a net exporter of oil. And so because of that, it isn't reliant so much on imports, particularly on imports coming through the Middle East and through that crucial choke point, the Strait of Hormuz, which, as we know, is effectively shut right now. That being said, it is a commodity that is priced in dollars. I was at a petrol station recently here in New York, and whilst we were standing on the forecourt, the price increased by 20 cents. So Americans are feeling it, and this comes at a time when already voters are complaining about affordability, and that issue is set to be sort of one of the key things that they're going to vote on when they go to the polls in national elections in November.
I remember hearing an American leading politician saying, never, never, never let the price of gas go up.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you think that it's the touch point, remember that, you know, it wasn't that long ago we saw the general path of inflation headed down. But the longer this conflict goes on, the concern is that it could lead to waves of inflation, that it will push up prices. So right now we're already seeing it at the petrol pump. But further down the line, you're talking about other things. People are talking about fertiliser. Well, those costs are going up. So 6 months from now, people could start to see higher prices for food when they go to the grocery store. The knock-on effect, the waves that are going to come, are changing the dynamics right now. And so I think there are two key takeaways here. On the one hand, in the short term, right, it's the worry that maybe the odds of a global recession are rising day by day the longer this conflict lasts. But perhaps even longer term, the lesson here, if you're Iran, is that you've discovered that if you focus on creating this maximum economic pain, you can essentially hold the world hostage. It gives you leverage. And I think that's the concern going forward, not just for the United States, but more broadly for the global economy.
Well, looking at the global economy, what effects are price rises in oil going to have?
I think where you're going to see it most is those countries that are the biggest importers of oil, particularly oil from the Gulf region. So Japan is one of those, South Korea is another. We're already seeing India, fast-growing economies like India that rely on huge deliveries of oil from the Gulf. China is another one that would be impacted. To some degree, you're also seeing that with the EU and the UK, particularly when it comes to liquefied natural gas. But I would say it is those countries that are the biggest importers that will bear the kind of biggest brunt. And so if you look at countries like Bangladesh, they've already moved to a 4-day work week. In India, you're hearing stories about crematoriums not burning bodies anymore to save gas, restaurants also not deep frying food. You look at the Philippines and others, they are all struggling with this.
Can we go back to how we were, or is the past absolutely closed off to us?
Every economist I speak to says the same thing. Duration here is key. So if things were to magically be resolved in the next few days, you could see the price fall back. The damage would not be too terrible. But the longer this lasts, the more of the pressures that we've been talking about start to build up on governments around the world. And it becomes harder to reverse. You start to see the second order effect. So we've been talking about oil price, fertilizer price, but also there's crucial kind of plastics that go into a lot of manufacturing goods. That will hurt China. There are other items like the price of helium, which is used in semiconductors, so important to that AI boom that everyone is so focused on in many parts of the globe. That the ripple effects grow larger and larger and larger, and as they do, it gets harder to reverse. For the Gulf countries, the longer it lasts, there's another problem, and that is that they run out of oil storage, they have to stop production. The longer that production is locked in, as they say in the industry, the harder it is to turn back on and to sort of get things flowing again. And also you're talking about just a lot of supply that is destroyed.
In the meantime, the Russian President Vladimir Putin seems to be reaping all sorts of unexpected benefits from the Gulf crisis. His links to Iran are as strong as ever, and there have been persistent suggestions that he's passed intelligence to the Iranian military about American sites in the Gulf. At the same time, he's managed to keep a surprisingly good relationship with President Trump, who has temporarily lifted some sanctions on Russian oil. That means Russia's financial worries are distinctly less pressing, at least for now. I turn to the BBC's Russia editor, Steve Rosenberg, for more details.
A few weeks ago, we were talking about the Russian economy being under huge pressure. The budget deficit was increasing, investment was falling. Lots of data was showing that after 4 years of war and 4 years of sanctions, the Russian economy was feeling enormous pressure, enormous stress. And suddenly the oil prices have shot up, and that will ease things for the Russian government, allow it to pay social benefits and pensions, and make it easier for it to fund the ongoing war on Ukraine. So in that sense, things have got better, I think, for the Russian government. And the fact that Donald Trump decided to ease sanctions on Russian oil, the Russians will see that as a precedent. That, after all these thousands of sanctions that have been imposed on Russia over the last 4 years, this is a precedent that sanctions can be reversed.
I suppose we have to say, though, that that alliance between China, informal alliance between China and Russia and Iran and North Korea, is no longer as strong as it was, is it?
In the Russian media, there's a lot of talk about the friendship between Russia and Iran. But there's no suggestion that the Russians are going to intervene militarily on the side of Iran here. Yes, there is a comprehensive strategic partnership agreement between Moscow and Tehran that was signed in January last year, but that is not a mutual defence America is distracted. America's focus is no longer on the war in Ukraine. That suits Russia just fine. I think it means that the Russians aren't going to see any attempts by the Trump administration to put pressure on Russia to come to the table. Quite the opposite. Everything that Donald Trump has been saying in the last few days has been critical of President Zelensky, basically urging the Ukrainian president to make a deal, clearly believing that the Russians can be useful in the current situation in terms of Russian oil stabilizing the global energy markets. Also, President Trump's criticism of NATO allies, his frustration that allies have not been rushing to send their navy to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz, and suggesting that this will cause problems for NATO's future. Well, that is music to Moscow's ears.
So, altogether then, Vladimir Putin riding quite high at the moment. I mean, we should presumably just dismiss all the stuff there's been on social media about possible coup or something in Moscow, blackout of communications and so on.
I've seen nothing or experienced nothing here to confirm that. In terms of blackout of communications, I mean, what has been happening over the last 10 days or so here in the Russian capital is a mobile internet blackout. The authorities say this is all about security, keeping Russians safe. You know, they claim that Ukrainian attack drones make use of mobile internet when they're coming to attack Russian cities. But the suspicion is that this is part of a wider effort by the Russian authorities to separate Russia from the World Wide Web and to create what is being referred to here as a sovereign internet, a sort of digital iron curtain that you have the feeling is sort of descending gradually on this country.
The war in Ukraine has had a lot less attention while the Gulf crisis has unfolded. Yet Ukraine's run of successes in the east has continued. In the past few weeks, it's recaptured something like 400 square kilometers of territory from the Russians. But the war is affecting politics in various parts of Central and Eastern Europe, especially Hungary, which has close relations with Moscow. In January, the Russians managed to bomb the elderly Druzhba pipeline, which carried Russian oil through Ukrainian territory to Hungary. There's been pressure on Ukraine to mend the Druzhba pipeline quickly. The issue has a major bearing on Hungarian politics, with a hugely important election coming up in the next few weeks.
I can, loud and clear.
I asked Nick Thorpe, the BBC's correspondent in Budapest, for more details.
The Druzhba, the Friendship Pipeline, is the longest oil pipeline in the world, and while other EU countries have weaned themselves off Russian oil over the past years, especially since the full-scale Russian invasion of Ukraine, Hungary and Slovakia have insisted that as landlocked countries they still need the oil flowing through it. And so until late January this year, I think Hungary was getting the equivalent of 150,000 barrels a day through it, Slovakia something similar, and this is what the Hungarian economy to some extent depends on. Since the 27th of January, Hungary has not received a drop of oil through it, and Hungary is accusing Ukraine of dragging its feet with the repairs. Hungary has gone further to accuse Volodymyr Zelensky of not wanting to repair it at all in order to, in their view, in Budapest's view, influence the Hungarian elections by pushing up petrol, diesel prices. So it's the symptom of a major verbal and economic dispute between Hungary and Ukraine, with Hungary very much blaming Ukraine. Ukraine in its turn is accusing Mr. Orban of a sort of campaign of demonization of Ukraine in order to frighten the Hungarians into voting for him in this crucial upcoming Hungarian parliamentary election on the 12th of April.
And of course, President Zelensky of Ukraine is now accusing the EU of blackmail. So, I mean, it's been ratcheted up all the time, isn't it?
The whole dispute about the pipeline is actually fitting into a much longer dispute in which Hungary has maintained economic, indeed friendly diplomatic relations with Russia. Hungary, some critics of the government say, is Vladimir Putin's greatest asset within the European Union. So this is all playing into a much bigger geopolitical dispute.
And of course, it couldn't be better timing for Viktor Orban, could it? I mean, if he's going to win the upcoming election, it'll need something like this to get him across the line, won't it?
The jury's out a bit over how effective this anti-Ukrainian campaign is here in Hungary, with only, less than 4 weeks to go before that election. Some critics of the government would say that it's a measure of Orban's desperation, that instead of putting forward a party programme for the April elections, he's just saying, on the one hand, we will continue the policies of the last astonishing 16 years in power, and on the other, a vote for the opposition, Peter Magyar, the TISA party, would drag Hungary, the EU, and an opposition victory would drag Hungary into the war in Ukraine. So Mr. Orban is trying to frighten his electorate and undecided voters, of course, into voting for him in order to keep Hungary out of that war. He says it's a choice between war and peace. Into this equation comes the oil pipeline, and also, I think, some rather ill-considered remarks by Volodymyr Zelensky on the 4th of March, in which he said that he could give Mr. Orban's address to his military, and they would be able to speak to him in their own language. That was very much interpreted by the pro-government media here and by Mr. Orban himself as a direct threat to the safety of the Hungarian Prime Minister and his family.
Well, it all, I suppose, shows the stresses that are mounting on all sides. What do the opinion polls show in Hungary at the moment?
They're giving a clear lead to the opposition TISA party. This is led by Peter Magyar. He was very much within Viktor Orban's court as a businessman, as a diplomat. He then accused them of mass corruption, and he launched a new party, which is now 10, 15, in one poll 20% ahead of Mr. Orban's Fidesz party in this election, which might explain some measure of desperation on Mr. Orban's part, but he has to take he needs one big issue to try and turn that voting pattern around.
An American comedian joked the other day that war was a way of teaching Americans geography. Great swathes of the world are blind spots to other countries as well. The Sahel, that vast stretch of north-central Africa, is rarely thought about in Anglophone countries, but it's seen massive political changes, shifting away from the old colonial powers and sometimes being challenged by Islamist groups. Russia is one country which hasn't been ignoring the Sahel, though, and its mercenaries are operating in various parts of the region. Jacob Boswell of BBC Monitoring is a specialist in the way the Sahel is changing and in the jihadist groups operating there.
There's a number of groups, and it would take a long time to go through all of them, but the biggest one that really has seen a huge uptick in attacks in the last, say, 2 to 3 years is what's called Jinin. It's an Al-Qaeda affiliate that came out of the kind of Algerian civil war period, but now they're actually attacking in places like Benin, Niger. We've even seen some attacks in northwestern Nigeria, which is a territory that Jinin previously didn't used to attack in. So that's a huge spread, and that's not to mention the other groups which are in that kind of region.
So who's fighting them?
The governments of the Alliance of Sahelian States, AES, which is composed of Niger, Burkina Faso and Mali, are fighting these groups. And then they've kind of outsourced a lot of that responsibility, firstly to Russian mercenaries in the form of Wagner, and now most recently Afrika Korps, which has replaced Wagner.
Is it the same thing, Afrika Korps? more or less?
I think more or less, yes. I think there's evidence that a lot of those personnel from Wagner have basically continued in their roles in Afrika Korps. What Afrika Korps has essentially done is brought what used to be Wagner closer to the Kremlin and more under the control of the Ministry of Defense.
And they're fighting the Islamists of different kinds.
In Burkina Faso and Niger, you have essentially a kind of Praetorian Guard where the Wagner personnel will be just making sure that a coup won't overthrow those leaders. In Mali, the Wagner and now Afrika Korps personnel are actually going out on the offensive, and they're patrolling in different regions, and they're often coming under attack and losing men. Can we tell who's winning? If you look at the number of attacks, it would certainly suggest that the jihadist groups are winning in the Sahel. So, I mean, I think since 2023, which was when the Niger coup happened, which was a big kind of turning point for the region, there's been double the number of attacks last year in 2025 compared to 2023. And the death toll that these groups are kind of claiming is going up as well.
And Russia's aims, its intentions in being there, in pushing the Afrika Korps?
Gold and minerals is one answer. They're certainly being paid enormous amounts of money, but also in terms of concessions, mining concessions, which is very useful for Russia. It's a commodity which is gaining in value, but also to avoid sanctions, because gold is very handy for doing that. And so, yes, we saw there was a report recently that suggested that the Malian government spent $1 billion on Russian mercenaries since they arrived, since 2022, and that is more than the annual military budget of Mali, which is already a very large portion of the budget.
Normally when you talk about minerals in continents like Africa, you're really thinking in terms of the Chinese. Is China involved in this in any way?
I wouldn't say that it's at a kind of state-sponsored level, but there are lots of Chinese-owned and operated gold mines in Mali. And actually, last year, there was a spate of kidnappings of foreign nationals.
A lot of them Chinese.
And a lot of them were Chinese, yeah, I think about 40%.
Why is that? Why attack the Chinese?
I think partly because it represents perhaps a kind of foreign interventionism that the groups don't like. Obviously, the other point about the Chinese is that you can demand a much higher ransom for a foreigner than you can from a local person. So I think that's also driving the targeting of Chinese.
What's the future for all of this, Jacob? I mean, what do you think will happen over the next 5 years, say?
If we look at the last 5 years, that part of Africa, West Africa, has really seen a huge decrease in stability. Like I said, the Russians arriving and the kind of militarization of the response has only made the situation worse. I think if things continue in that direction, you can see a continuous spiral of instability. It's combined with the effects of climate change and a large youth population, so it could be very disastrous for that region.
Jacob Boswell of BBC Monitoring. One of the reasons why we still, after all this time, find ourselves thrown by what President Trump says is that we expect political leaders to choose their words with care and only say things for a reason. There's never been a president or a prime minister of a major country who talks so much as Donald Trump. He gives daily press conferences, flies everywhere, and speaks to the journalists on board at least once per flight. He writes messages on Truth Social all the time, occasionally 100 or more per night. He talks constantly on the phone. A Financial Times writer called him out of the blue the other day and got a world exclusive out of it. Unlike in his first term, there seems to be no one behind the scenes who discreetly advises the president what to say or gently chides him if he says the wrong thing. That's why he was so scathing about Sir Keir Starmer the other day, when he thought the British Prime Minister had to check something with his cabinet colleagues in London before he could give an answer. For President Trump, consulting other people is no way for a real leader to behave. If next November the US electorate punishes him for what's happening in the world and in the American economy, he'll be a lame duck, but an extremely noisy one. That could give rise to all sorts of other problems. A relatively powerless president who still has a powerful pulpit might be quite dangerous. But that's a problem for another day. That's it from this edition of Unspun World. Thank you for being with us. From me, from the team, until we meet again, goodbye.
Welcome to Breakfast with Naga Manchetti and Ben Thompson.
Our headlines today. 3 weeks after the conflict began, Donald Trump says the United States is considering winding down the war in Iran.
The UK agrees to allow the United States to use British bases to launch strikes on Iranian sites that are targeting the Strait of Hormuz.
The Prime Minister will hold an emergency meeting with the Governor of the Bank of England next week to tackle the impact of the war on the cost of living.
Elsewhere, health officials say it's too early to know whether the meningitis outbreak in Kent has peaked.
There are mounting calls for the former Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, to give evidence to US lawmakers about Jeffrey Epstein.
3 of the worst fly tipping sites in England will be cleared at the taxpayers' expense. We'll speak to one woman living next to an illegal rubbish dump.
Good morning in sport. A feisty Friday night in Bournemouth where Manchester United's Harry Maguire gives away a penalty and is sent off just hours after being recalled to the England squad as his side have to settle for a draw.
And good morning. It might be quite misty, quite foggy out there this morning, but like the last few days, for most of us, that's going to clear away and we're going to see a lot of blue skies and sunshine into this afternoon. I'll bring you the full forecast very shortly.
Good morning. It's Saturday, the 21st of March. President Trump has said he's considering winding down the US campaign in Iran, while also insisting he has no interest in a ceasefire.
Well, Donald Trump's comments come after the UK agreed to allow the United States to use British bases to launch strikes on Iranian sites that are targeting the Strait of Hormuz. Well, American planes will be launched from RAF Fairford, that's in Gloucestershire, and Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands. That's the home of a joint US and UK military base.
Iran says this decision will put British lives in danger. Our correspondent Joe Wood has the latest.
There are fewer images coming out of Iran these days amidst a continued communication blackout and threats from the regime for anyone sharing material. But that does not mean the war is slowing down. This was Bandar Abbas on the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow stretch of water that is threatening the global economy and old alliances. The UK has now agreed that US planes can use its bases, for example RAF Fairford, to attack targets that could threaten shipping going through the strait. Previously, they were only allowed to carry out defensive strikes. It is a shift from the British government. Some will see as subtle, others significant. For Donald Trump, it seems to be too little, too late.
I was a little surprised at the UK, to be honest with you. They should have acted a lot faster.
From Iran, a very different response. The foreign minister warning that the shift in policy would have consequences. Mr. Starmer is putting British lives in danger, Sarachi wrote. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense. It was exactly 3 weeks ago this morning that the US and Israel began this war, killing Iran's supreme leader and many of its top commanders. Thousands of strikes have pounded the country, killing military personnel and civilians. The US has repeatedly claimed to have all but destroyed the country's ability to fight back, but still it does. This was the scene in Jerusalem yesterday, a place usually considered safe. home to sites sacred to Christianity, Judaism and Islam. But now not immune from the growing consequences of this war. An Iranian missile was shot down, and this was the result. To Israel's north, the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah is still firing rockets over the border, which continues to be met with a ferocious response. Lebanese authorities say more than 1,000 people have now been killed in Israeli strikes, many of them civilians. More than 1 million people are said to have been forced from their homes. The question being asked by everyone suffering in this war, when will it end? Donald Trump is nothing if not unpredictable, and shortly after saying this...
I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
He took to social media to say the US was getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East. But ending conflicts is often harder than starting them, and Iran has vowed to keep fighting, whatever the cost. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Let's talk to our correspondent, James Waterhouse, who's in Jerusalem. James, morning to you. So Donald Trump is hinting that he wants to wind down the war. But this has been a joint operation, hasn't it? What's Israel thinking of doing?
Well, this week, Benjamin Netanyahu said in Hebrew that the war would last as long as it takes. But in English, he said it might be over sooner than people think. I think what is clear is that while you've seen Donald Trump there committing more to unblocking the Strait of Hormuz, we've got this flurry of reports of US troops being deployed. For Israel, that is a window, an extension to pursue its military aims. We've heard overnight that it's continued to strike Iranian targets, mostly in the capital, Tehran. We've also seen Iran respond with further missile strikes. When you hear the sirens in Jerusalem, typically you get around 90 seconds before you hear the explosions of the air defences taking them out. Again, we've seen shrapnel fall from the sky. We've seen a crater appeared yesterday close to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is an extremely holy site for many Muslims, and that area is currently closed because of security considerations. And so this is now part of life. We're also seeing Israel strike in southern Lebanon, and we're seeing Israel continue to degrade Iranian proxy forces such as Hezbollah in the north. So I think while you have Benjamin Netanyahu continuing, as you say, to work with America in a military sense, but also operate under the political cover from the US, then Israel will pursue its aims as well. But regime change is something you're not hearing being talked about much at the moment on the Iranian side.
OK, James, thanks for explaining that to us. James Waterhouse, our correspondent in Jerusalem.
Let's talk now to our political correspondent, Jack Fenwick. And Jack, morning to you. So the UK allowing the US to use its bases to strike those targets near the Strait of Hormuz, but the Prime Minister's opponents are not happy about that.
No, Kevin Badenoch, the Conservative leader, has described this as the mother of all U-turns. Now, while it is true that this is clearly a change in position, people in Downing Street are emphasising that they believe that the principle behind the UK's involvement here hasn't changed. We know the government line has always been that they will get involved or allow the US to use bases for defensive operations. Well, they say that stopping Iran from targeting ships in the Strait of Hormuz counts as collective self-defence. But the Liberal Democrats and the Green Party are also not happy. They say that this is an escalation. They actually want a vote in Parliament on the terms of that deal between the UK and the US about what American forces are allowed to use British bases for. Right now, that feels like any sort of vote on that is pretty unlikely.
Yes, and Jack, at the same time, so many warnings about what this war could mean for the prices we pay in the shops and for energy. The Prime Minister holding that emergency meeting next week to work out how he might deal with the economic impact of the war.
Yeah, we know there will be a meeting of the COBRA committee. That's the government committee that plans for emergencies. Expect the Prime Minister, the Chancellor, the Energy Secretary and other senior ministers to be involved in that. I think they'll be discussing the price of petrol and diesel. We're expecting that to go up over the next week. They'll also be discussing what may happen to energy bills after the energy price cap runs out in July. That's a worry in government. We know that last time the government stepped in when Russia invaded Ukraine, it ended up being eye-wateringly expensive. The Governor of the Bank of England is also going to be part of this COBRA meeting. We know that he has been discussing on a daily basis with the Chancellor about the economic impacts here. Already reports of some banks withdrawing mortgages, so no doubt that will be something that comes up in this meeting.
Jack, for now, thanks very much. Jack Fenwick there, our political correspondent.
Nearly 6,000 people have now received a vaccine for meningitis B following an outbreak in Kent where 2 people have died. The number of confirmed and suspected cases has risen to 29, and public health officials warn that small clusters of the infection could emerge in other parts of the UK. Our reporter Simon Jones is in Canterbury for us this morning. Morning, Simon. Again, this vaccine rollout proving popular.
Yeah, it's early here, but already around 50 people are in the queue. Now, yesterday, some said they had to wait around 6 hours. So these people are trying to beat the rush. The first person in the queue told me she got here at 5 a.m. So far, in terms of numbers, more than 5,800 people have received the vaccine. 11,000 people have received antibiotics. Now, anyone who has had antibiotics is being told that they qualify for the vaccine. So potentially it's going to be another very busy day here at the sports centre that's become a makeshift clinic. There are other clinics, one in Canterbury, one in Faversham, one in Ashford, and a new one is being opened today at the QEQM Hospital in Margate. The Vice-Chancellor of the university has written to all the students saying this has been an incredibly difficult week. She says she knows the thoughts of everyone on the campus and with the family and friends of a student from the university who died, and also people are thinking of those who remain in hospital. But she says if anything, the students waiting in the queue here can take comfort from the clinical response to this, the fact that these vaccination centres and clinics for antibodies were set up so quickly. Now, this is going to continue throughout the course of the weekend, and we're expecting an update on the numbers of those linked to this incident. That is around 9:30 this morning.
Simon, thanks very much for that. Simon Jones there, our correspondent in Canterbury. There are mounting calls for the former Duchess of York, Sarah Ferguson, to give evidence about what she knows about Jeffrey Epstein. Politicians in the United States have repeatedly called for her ex-husband, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, to answer questions about his links to the late American financier and sex offender. Her representatives have declined to comment. Our North America correspondent, Helena Humphrey, has more.
One of the last times Sarah Ferguson was seen in public at the Duchess of Kent's funeral last year. Since then, she has largely disappeared from view. Now, as rumours swirl about the former Duchess of York's whereabouts, pressure is growing for her to give evidence about what she knows about Jeffrey Epstein. Here in Washington, US lawmakers have repeatedly called on her former husband, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, to answer questions about his links to the convicted sex offender, without success. Now, some are urging Sarah Ferguson to do the same.
We want to hear Sarah Ferguson come. She can do so on her own terms. We're happy to come to the UK if that's what we need to do, but we just want her under oath.
Those calls follow the release of millions of Epstein-related files by the US Justice Department. Appearing in the documents does not imply wrongdoing, but they do shed light on the extent of her relationship with Epstein. In email, Sarah Ferguson describes him as the brother I have always wished for, and appears to have remained in contact while he was in prison for soliciting prostitution from a minor. Lawyers say her testimony could help shed light on Epstein's network.
I think she has valuable information to provide. What did he say to her? What did she say to him? What did she know? What should she have known about why he was required to register as a sexual offender, essentially a sexual predator?
The family of prominent Epstein accuser Virginia Xiufui echoing those calls, with a representative for Miss Xiufui's brother, Sky Roberts, telling the BBC if Sarah Ferguson knows anything, she should testify in the United States immediately. After decades of tip-offs and investigations, only Epstein himself and his longtime associate Ghislaine Maxwell have ever been held criminally responsible for sex trafficking and abuse. And while there's no way to legally compel Sarah Ferguson to give testimony here in the United States, lawmakers say that her evidence could help secure justice for survivors. Sarah Ferguson's representatives have declined to comment. But the question now is not just what the former Duchess of York may know, but whether she might ever choose to answer. Helena Humphrey, BBC News, Washington.
Tributes have been paid to the broadcaster Dame Jenny Murray, who's died at the age of 75. Dame Jenny hosted Radio 4's Woman's Hour for more than 30 years, interviewing people such as Margaret Thatcher, Hillary Clinton and Betty Davis. She stepped down in 2020. The BBC's Director General, Tim Davie, called Dame Jenny a broadcasting icon. A jury in California has found that Elon Musk deliberately misled shareholders in the social media company Twitter whilst he was bidding to buy the company. He'll be liable for damages that could run into the billions in a civil suit. Mr. Musk was accused of falsely claiming the site underreported how many bot accounts were active on the platform in an attempt to drive down the price. In court, Musk said he didn't mislead investors, saying people read too much into his public comments and tweets. Now, it was being one of the biggest fundraising events of the year, and this year's Comic Relief was no different.
The total raise tonight for Comic Relief 2026 is a whopping...
Last night's 3-hour Red Nose Day programme included a spoof of The Traitors, starring Anna Friel as Claudia Winkleman, and Bank Heist sketch with stars including Dermot O'Leary. The Radio 1 DJ, Greg James, raised £4 million with his cycling challenge.
I was shouted at in my ear. They said, turn off the road into the car park, and we were in a truck stop, and by a car, Prince William was just standing there. And that's the first time any of us knew about it, because it was top secret, and he was there, and he was holding a helmet. And then I said, have you got your own bike? And he went, no, I'm going to get on yours. And I've never held on more tightly. Can you imagine what would have happened to me if we'd have fallen off?
That's one way to meet a royal.
And apparently it works quite hard on the back of the bike.
It's hard on the back.
I've never been on one.
It's really tough.
Do you go front or back?
Back.
So you're the power.
Weight on the back.
Yeah, Greg did talk about that. We're going to talk to Greg more later in the programme around 9:10.
It's just approaching 7:20. Let's talk to Simon. He's got a look at the weather, and it's sort of been nice, but a little bit changeable. Is that right?
Yeah, it's going to change a little bit, but it has been nice this week. Greg's enjoyed some nice sunshine and pretty high temperatures. Look at these. Every nation of the UK this week has recorded its warmest day of the year so far. The highest has been in the West Wales, 21 degrees there earlier this week. But yeah, yesterday 20 degrees in Scotland.
And compared to that average,
and I've put that under the corner there for 9 to 12 degrees. It just shows you how unusual these sort of temperatures are. And we may be getting closer to the average over the next few days. Good morning to you. But it's been a fine start today. We've had a lovely sunrise this morning, some mist and fog making it look even more atmospheric. That was in the Clyde Peninsula this morning, a beautiful sunrise here. Not all of us have got some clear skies and a nice sunrise this morning, though we have had some mist and fog and still quite misty and murky in some parts. That's in Oxfordshire this morning. The sun, though, you can see, though, is trying to burn through that, and it will do for many. So if you're starting off with this mist and fog, it will gradually clear away. It may take a little while for it to clear away from the Vale of York, parts of the Midlands, so maybe staying a bit foggy here into the morning. But for most of England and Wales, we're looking at a fine day. Lots of sunshine. There will be some low cloud, though, just forming around the coast of West Wales up in towards Anglesey. So just making it feel a bit cooler here and a bit cooler around those North Sea coasts. But temperatures generally getting to about 11 to 15 degrees Celsius. A bit more cloud coming into the far northwest of Scotland into this afternoon. And here you can see a few spots of rain as well, just some showers in the far north of Scotland. But for most of us, you can see some clear skies to take us into this evening and overnight. But it's in Scotland and Northern Ireland where that cloud will gradually move its way a bit further south and east with this cold front. The weather front here brings some outbreaks of rain as well. But the clear skies in the south mean that again it could be quite chilly. We could see a touch of frost once again, milder further north. Beneath that area, cloud, that blanket's keeping temperatures about 6 or 7 degrees. Now, throughout Sunday, yes, it starts off sunny. Again, 1 or 2 mist and fog patches, chilly as well. But that sunshine gradually being eroded away by this area of cloud moving to the southeast. We could see some spots of rain just with that across Wales, parts of northern England. Behind the area of cloud, though, there'll be some sunny spells in Scotland and Northern Ireland. A few showers likely here. Temperatures about 8 to 12 degrees. Yeah, more like the average for the time of year. And temperatures about 11 to 14 degrees further south. Those temperatures could come down a bit further still as we go into the new working week. Another weather system moving its way into northern areas brings some outbreaks of rain. It's behind this cold front, though, that we start to tap into some colder air just from the Arctic. So you can see that sweeping its way further south and east as we go through the week. So temperatures, yes, coming down to the average, perhaps just a little bit below in some parts. But there will be a lot of fine weather around as well. Just some spells of rain moving their way south and east with the severe temperatures. 9 to 12 degrees Celsius, very different to the high teens and 20 Celsius that we had this week.
Much rain on there for my liking.
Just a little bit of rain, not a great deal.
Are we spring meteorologically and
astronomically? Yes, it was the equinox yesterday.
Yes, it was, because equinox.
Correct.
We learned
this yesterday.
Equinox was on Wednesday.
Earlier, yeah, but we learned. Matt did graphs.
Yes, excellent, yeah.
You guys love graphs. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you. 21 minutes past 7. Now, it's been 3 months since Australia introduced its world-first ban on social media for the under-16s. That's where teenagers were told they would be banned from sites like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube and Snapchat.
It was a move criticised by tech companies, but widely welcomed by parents and carers. 3 months on, our Australia correspondent Katie Watson has been finding out how it's working out.
Australian children are waking up without access to social media.
Under the age of 16 in this country has officially lost.
A huge social experiment. Australian teens, the guinea pigs, little kids know what's up and the whole world watching it play out. More than 2 million kids here were targeted by the ban. So 3 months on, what's their new reality?
I have Instagram, I have TikTok, I have Snapchat, and I didn't get notifications for any of them to be banned. I wasn't kicked off of any of them. None of my accounts got banned, which was a bit anticlimactic.
But I was kind of hoping that it would allow me to be more productive. However, I've found that I've just found other ways to procrastinate.
I know of 3 girls out of my entire year group, which is 180, that have been impacted. So that's, 1 out of 60, which is not a lot.
The government has released some data of its own. Within weeks of the legislation kicking in, 4.7 million accounts belonging to under-16s had been closed down. That's across the 10 platforms covered by the legislation for now, and more could still be added.
It's really hard to judge whether or not the social media ban is working, given that anecdotally so many kids are still on it. But how do you even measure success? Is it in the number of accounts that get closed, or do you look at improvements to mental health and online safety? And what about the platforms themselves? Is this all pushing them to become more responsible? It's still such early days and we don't have those answers yet.
Which is the challenge for countries like the UK. Looking at adopting laws of their own, they're having to base their decisions on public sentiment and little hard data.
The idea of a ban is hugely seductive, not just for parents but for legislators who would like to see a simple fix to these issues. But the reality is that parents cannot afford to not think about this issue. No piece of legislation is going to keep your child safe online. No single piece of legislation.
This school's taken advantage of the current climate to introduce a new rule. No smartphones until 15. If you need to communicate, only retro phones are welcome in the school grounds. So what advice do these 3 sisters have for British teens awaiting a ban of their own?
I actually got Snapchat in England when I was on holiday there, and I was with my cousin when I got it. So she actually recommended putting my age a bit older. So I think that even though at that point in time they had no idea about this ban, lots of people are aware of like putting your age a lot older.
And any advice you give to a teen thinking my life is going to be ruined?
Quickly change your age right now. You can't do that though. People might come at me for saying this, but I feel like if you never experienced it and you never get addicted to the algorithms, then it's really not that bad. Like my life, sometimes I'm a bit left out from like some inside jokes that are on social media and some trends, but for the most part, I'm fine.
The legislation has plenty of critics, but the government hopes that by at least trying to keep teens off social media, it's starting a conversation and a cultural shift, the results of which we aren't going to see for a few years yet. Katie Watson, BBC News in Sydney.
3 of the worst illegal rubbish dumps in England are set to be cleaned up at the taxpayers' expense as part of a national waste crime action plan that's been launched by the government. Huge tips in Wigan, Sheffield and Lancashire that together contain 48,000 tonnes of waste have now been earmarked for clearance by the Environment Agency. Well, normally the cost of clearing illegal sites on private land is met by the landowner. Well, the government hasn't said, though, how much its plan will cost and says it needs time to work out the logistics before it can begin. Well, ministers this week announced a crackdown on illegal waste. They said that authorities in England may soon have new powers to force fly tippers to clean up the waste that they've dumped and pay fines without having to go through the courts. Well, the Environment Agency will also be given expanded powers to stop criminals. That'll be backed by £45 million worth of funding over the next 3 years. Well, speaking to the BBC when the plans were announced earlier this week, the MP, whose constituency is blighted by the Wigan site, said there should be repercussions for those responsible for fly tipping.
The people responsible for the mountain of waste behind me are organised criminals, and those organised criminals should be behind bars. This is a problem all across the country. Here, organised criminals organise for 7-8 wagons a day to come down this road and dump vast tons of waste. The Environment Agency said they were investigating that crime, but what that meant was they were sat there at the entrance to this road, recording number plates while the waste pile grew bigger and bigger. That is not good enough. The Environment Agency need more powers and more funding, and that's exactly what the government's plan announces today. And the goal is simple. Nothing like this should ever happen to anyone, not just in my constituency, but across the country.
One person who knows the impact of illegal waste dumping only too well is Nisha Rosen, who joins us now. Morning, Nisha. Where do you live? What's going on where you are?
So I live in Wigan, right next to the illegal waste site, and we've got 25,000 tonnes of waste on our doorstep. And it's been a living hell for me, other residents and my family.
When you say your doorstep, how far away from the house is it?
About 20 metres. So it's literally right at the back of our houses.
And it stinks?
Yeah, absolutely smells. The flies, the rats, and there's some of the maggots are just unbearable.
And how does this affect your everyday... It sounds like a really obvious answer to an obvious question. How does it affect your everyday life? Because I know that it must be impossible to get in there if you've got children, for them to be able to concentrate on work, schoolwork, and just live and play in the backyard.
So obviously the general side of things of the community, children, don't always play out when it smells really bad. For my family in particular, I have a son with sensory processing issues. So when the smells are bad, it physically makes him sick. He won't eat, he won't drink. So, fed is best. So we've allowed him to stay with his grandparents just to make his life that much better. So we only see him once or twice a week at our house. And the majority of the time he's with his grandparents.
So you're being denied, we can see pictures of your lovely son, but you're being denied a normal family life.
I am, yeah, we're a broken family. We're at the in-laws until like 8, 9 o'clock at night, and we're back home. And then we're back up in the morning to go and get them ready for school. So my eldest comes home with me, so he's not getting a rest until, he's at home, and it's just messed our family up completely.
How long has it been there?
About 18 months. It started in October 24, and still to this day it's still sat there.
And so there's a plan now to be able to start clearing this site. Have you been told anything about what will happen, how it will happen, when it will happen?
So when we've asked the time frame, we're being told that they're going to have to test the waste to see where it can go. So that takes time. We keep getting told it'll be done immediately, but we don't know how soon immediate is.
And one assumes, given the size of it, it's going to take some time to clear. It's not something that's going to disappear overnight.
No, absolutely not, and it's not going to be a pleasant experience when it does move.
What was there before? Was it just fields?
It was just a scrap yard, but it didn't smell, we didn't have any issues. It was only when the general waste started turning up that we started having issues with residents.
One of the things that we're talking about is that taxpayers will foot the bill. And the expectation is, I suppose, you were there when it first started to arise. Did you complain to the council, and what was the council saying to you then?
So we complained to the council, and the council advised us, because of the sheer amount of waste, it falls under the Environment Agency's remit. So we reported it to the Environment Agency. It's a bit like a survey, you don't actually get any reference numbers or anything. We got no feedback, we got told as residents we wouldn't get an update because they don't update the public. So we was all reporting this information and nothing was done.
Because the idea is that you pay your council tax, council looks after, the amenities in your area. This has got so big now, the government's stepping in, and it's using taxpayers' money. And there is an argument that taxpayers can think, why are we paying extra for this, especially with the cost of living crisis? But perhaps there's another argument that if we now know that these things are being allowed and it's coming out of our purse, the Treasury's purse, and we're going to be paying for that, we're going to become better, more people will speak up. I know you've spoken up, but a lot of people don't, do they?
No, and I would advise anybody that's going through similar situations, not just with waste crime, with anything, if you feel you need to stand up and shout, don't be afraid. I'm just one person in the whole of the UK, and I've managed to change the law with the MP, I've managed to get these sites cleared up. Don't be afraid to speak up and shout.
And we've been talking about this quite a lot on the programme lately, and it seems that the problem is getting worse, and we've discussed why, maybe because of some of the forms and the paperwork that you have to use to take it to the tip, and people maybe collecting waste, taking money for it, and then just dumping it illegally. Clearly, in your case, it's got worse. But do you think the council, the Environment Agency, has got a handle on how to deal with it?
I think the council didn't know what to do in the first place because of the sheer amount of rubbish. It's not your standard fly tipping.
Right.
The Environment Agency, I just don't think they've got the facilities, the funds, or even the skills to portray a criminal lawsuit against these criminals. They didn't even have the facilities to collate the information together at the beginning, and this is why it was missed.
So many issues, and we'll talk about this again, I'm sure. Nisha, thank you for talking to us, because this is something that is affecting so many people. It's really important to hear that direct impact that it has on your life.
Let us know when it goes.
Will do. Good luck. Thank you.
Thanks, Nisha.
It's just after 7:30. Good morning to you. We'll return to our main story. The UK saying it will now allow the United States to use British bases to strike Iranian sites targeting the Straits of Hormuz, one of the world's biggest shipping lanes.
Yes, the war in Iran having a huge impact, of course, on economies around the world. Some are warning that the worst is still to come. Well, according to the analysts at Cornwall Insight, they say energy bills could jump by as much as £332 a year by July. They also predict that Ofgem price cap that sets a limit on the maximum amount suppliers can charge for each unit of gas or electricity. They say that'll rise to just under £2,000 for an average user. Now, that's the highest rate since July of 2023, when prices, you might remember, went up after the first year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Now, this comes as wholesale gas prices have more than doubled since the US launched strikes on Iran. Prices briefly reached 151 pence per therm, which is the unit used to measure heat energy. The rate is a major influence on energy costs and the level at which Ofgem sets its price cap. Now, heating oil prices have also surged in the last month, as you've been hearing on this programme. Some people saying their supplies are being stolen. Our reporter Richard Daniel can explain.
Recently, Max Birchall and her husband woke to a nasty shock.
They came in through here, and obviously we've got this bit of sheltered area here. And
You heard nothing?
no,
Not a squeak?
no, and we've got two big dogs in the house, and they didn't wake up either.
800 litres of heating oil pumped out of their tank while they slept. Total loss at current heating oil prices, £1,056.
I checked the watchman inside and that was flashing with a big exclamation mark. Makes you really sort of, feel a bit unsettled, like knowing that somebody's walked across your property and has stolen from you in the night. It's not a very nice feeling.
Her neighbour in Hoasley in Suffolk also had her tank pumped dry. Rural communities depend on heating oil to keep their homes warm. Prices rocketed when the war began in Iran.
I think it needs to be controlled more and needs a cap. It slipped through the network, but it should have been capped ages ago, years ago.
It's scary. It's like everything else, but it's really scary because that's what you rely on, and we don't know which way the weather's going to go in the next 6 weeks, really.
So how are you making do at the moment?
Luckily, we've got a fire, so that's the only heating we put on.
So a shock like this is something that you can't really accommodate?
No. But I'm going to have to because I can't be cold. And my wife has got a heart problem, and so she needs a warm house. So
worrying time.
Yeah.
Before the war in Iran broke out, a tank like this would have cost about £750 to refill to the top with heating oil. That cost now, as of today, is more than £1,600, more than double. And for people living in rural areas, that's a cost they simply cannot afford to pay. The local MP says criminals are now profiteering.
They're in the regions of 10s and 20s. Some of these are anecdotes. Lots of people have been telling me that many of their neighbours have had theft overnight. Lots of people have reached out to me with their fears and their worries, and they're hearing about in their village or in the next door village. Every single night there's more and more reports of theft.
The Prime Minister announced a £53 million support package aimed at low-income households who are struggling to pay for heating oil. Last week, a van was pulled over by police in St Albans in Hertfordshire. 2 men from Cambridge were arrested on suspicion of stealing heating oil in Suffolk.
Richard Daniel, BBC News. So let's talk now to the MP Bill Esterson, who is the Labour chair of the Energy Security and Net Zero Committee. Good morning.
Morning.
So many things to talk about here right now. So many people will have concerns about their heating bills, their energy bills, their fuel bills when they're filling up the car at a forecourt. What can you do here?
Well, thanks, Ben, and thanks for having me on, Naga and Ben. There's the short term and there's the long term here. In the long term, we've got an oil and gas crisis. The answer to it is not more oil and gas. The answer is to get off this roller coaster. I remember 1973 and power cuts, and we've had this warning every time there's been an oil shock. So we need to get off it and increase our reliance on renewables. If we'd been fully renewable, prices would be £400 lower than they are now. That's the Oxford University analysis this week. So that's long term. Short term, there are things that can be done. People can use the Fuel Finder website to help with petrol and diesel, and you can look at tariffs for your energy bills. Now, until the end of June, the price cap's going to protect people. In fact, there's going to be a reduction because of what the Chancellor did in the budget, £117. If this carries on, and I fear it may well do, then we're going to need, people are going to need to take action, because it's going to be very difficult for the government to take the same level of action they took in 2022.
Why are we here again, though, talking about this need for renewables? We saw it most recently, of course, with Ukraine and Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Energy prices went up and we said the answer is renewables. Nothing really changed. You talk about going back to the oil crisis of the 70s. It was about moving our dependence away from oil. And here we are again. Everyone says we need to do it. Nothing ever seems to change.
Well, we were moving in the right direction from 2010, and then the incoming coalition and the Conservative government, they slowed things down. Otherwise, we would be in that position. Prices, according to Oxford University, £441 lower, I think is the figure they quoted this week. So we need to do that as fast as we can. But there are things that people can do now, and I think that's important to state.
Well, let's look at the things that we can do, because we're not in that position now, where, Oxford can give predictions.
I mean that's a long-term answer, but you're right.
We're not there. So let's talk about this fuel finder. It's all very well being able to find cheaper petrol, for example, or diesel, but what's being done to tackle prices being put up too much unfairly for the consumer? Because it's all very well finding it if it's cheaper, but if everyone's putting it up unfairly for the consumer, what can the government do?
Well, this is something for the Competition and Markets Authority. My committee had an informal discussion with them on Tuesday. And
when can they act?
Well, the problem there is they will look after the event. So the government, I think, has a responsibility here to talk to the fuel retailers, and it's something we raised with them with Michael Shanks.
But when can they change it?
Tuesday,
because
and we'll raise with them next week. We've got him coming.
And I know you've had the conversation and you're not in charge of them, but when can they change it? Because you'll have the conversation, you'll put some pressure on them. But when do we see actually more fairness at the pump?
Well, it's a question I will be putting to Michael Shanks on Wednesday when he's back with us, Naga, so thank you for the prompt. But I think on energy bills as well, it's important to say there are tariffs now. You can get an overnight tariff where you get cheap electricity. You can put your appliances on overnight, those sorts of things. If you have an electric vehicle, you get cheap driving. So there are some protections.
There are, but they were in place already. They were in place already, and the fact is this crisis, or potential crisis, is happening now. So when the cap is lifted or changes, the energy price cap in June, when you offer support, or when the Treasury offers support, is it going to be universal? Is it going to be targeted? What lessons have been learned from COVID, for example, or the Russia-Ukraine conflict?
Yeah, well, we'll see what the Chancellor does, but I think one thing the government can do, which is more around encouraging or enabling the energy retailers to use flexible tariffs, because we do have quite a lot of renewables on the system. So we have a morning peak, we have an evening.
No, sorry, I'm not clear. I'm talking about targeted support.
Yeah, well, I think this is support.
Is it for those
I think this is support
or for everyone?
I think this is support government can give to everybody. We have a morning peak and an evening peak for our energy usage and demand. If we use the daytime low demand periods as well as the nighttime ones and enable the retailers to have tariffs that give people access to them. You already said, when you asked about Ukraine, in Ukraine people are doing this already where they have an even more severe problem.
So what do we change? Sorry, how does that change?
What they do is they use periods that they charge back. They have a lot of battery capacity, and they've moved away from oil and gas out of necessity. So people who have batteries at home, people who have batteries in their businesses, you charge a battery up and it's cheap.
I'm sorry, no one has those batteries now.
Well, some people do, and I think we can roll that out.
A very small minority have those right now. Most people are on gas and electricity and thinking, when the cap is lifted or changes in June, what's going to be done to help me? So in terms of targeted support from the Treasury,
the balance between the short term and long term.
No, but this is short term.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at June. So when this cap is likely to be raised, the energy cap, what support is going to be put forward? And is it going to be targeted to those who are most vulnerable, or is it going to be universal?
Yeah, and again, as a select committee chair, my job is to ask the government these questions. We have a session with the Minister on Wednesday, and that is the sort of question I'd be expecting from him. Similarly